and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. Out of the darkness, out of the fear, here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chills start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your head where the fear will stick, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Possess all your dreams. A demon preys on the weak. You better watch out for me. Mistakes were made, you will see. You should've never crossed me, cause now you'll never stop me. Revenge was my calling. Now you're a dead man walking, and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a new week. And welcome in, Schmoozer. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Such a nice welcome that is. How are you doing today? Let me see. The most difficult game challenge you attempted was to have skill. That is certainly a difficult one. I attempted that before and I failed plenty of times, but hopefully today it will be different, because today we are for the 4th time returning to the mall to attempt at least to get the speedrun trophy, which means 60 minutes, no dying. That's a challenge, and that's the challenge for me today. Now, let's start up the game and let's jump into it. Once again, as always, I am accompanied by a wonderful cup of tea, and this is a great opportunity to remind all of my wonderful viewers to get something to drink during my long and treacherous streams. Because this speedrun, it ain't going to be easy. You have your tea, that's wonderful. What kind of tea do you have? And I have one, perhaps last, surprise with this game. Because originally I played the game on stream. It's a cold brew tea lemon mint. That sounds positively refreshing. I hope you enjoy it. So I played through the entire game on stream. I got all the collectibles. I think most of them in my first playthrough, which I'm still really happy with. And after that I took a little bit of a break and then returned for the speedrun. Because originally, I will be honest, I did not think I could even get close to this trophy. But then I decided that it would be a great way to show my viewers that indeed you can do whatever you want if you put your mind to it. So I returned and I started to learn this speedrun. You can do it, I believe in you, and I believe in you. Whatever you are trying, just keep at it. But to make the speedrun a bit more interesting, because certainly watching me fail and fail again has some entertainment value, I'm sure, but it gets a bit repetitive since a speedrun is about trying the same thing a million times and hoping that you don't screw up. It's like insanity with a twist. However, I didn't use everything in the game. You see, once you finish the game, you unlock a mask of the lady, and I started speedrunning in that. And there are 2 masks in the game. They were originally pre-order bonuses, but Bandai Namco, the publisher, really nicely made them available as DLCs, so I purchased those. Those were the sack head, which is a burlap sack, and the teapot, which, you guessed it, is an upside down teapot. But that's not all, because there are 2 additional masks, and they are, or let's call it right now, were free rewards for players who joined Bandai's loyalty reward club. Now right now it's under some remake process. It should have returned, I think, by the end of last year, but there's no news about it. However, if you go and visit Bandai's website, even though you cannot access the club, you can go to their online digital store and get these 2 masks for free. Now it's really important that I want to make sure that you don't make the same mistake I did. When you try to purchase these masks, or anything on their website, I'm pretty sure, choose the platform and the exact item. Because what I did, I saw the page with the mask name and I just said add to cart, checkout. But I didn't choose the platform, and so I never got my codes. I contacted their support, their customer support. They were really nice. They helped me, and after placing a new order, I actually got those 2 codes and 2 masks. Now the first one was the Oni that I used last time, hoping that I would get lucky and get the trophy, but it didn't work out. But there's another one, and that is the last that I can get. And that is the fox. So today we are going to be a sly and nimble fox. Now, to anyone who is actually interested in slightly rare and obscure game content, right now I have everything that the base game had. I have all the masks, as far as I know, all the pre-order bonuses which are in the game. Why I make sure to say that the digital version of the soundtrack was also a pre-order bonus, and you can also get that on the PlayStation Store as a DLC, but it's not part of the game and I haven't purchased it since I couldn't play it anyway. You know, copyright laws. So, other than that, I have everything for the base game. After the base game, however, there was some DLCs that released. I think 3 in total in a season pass. That is on my Throne page if you want me to play those additional 3 chapters. And one more thing. And I'm not sure about it because there's not a lot of info about it and not many images on the internet. But when this game was released on a Nintendo Switch, one more mask was added, and that was of Pac-Man. Now if you want to look it up, I highly recommend. It's more terrifying than any of the enemies or masks in this game. It looks positively terrifying, and I'm sad that I could not get that, but I'm pretty sure the only possible way to get that mask is to have the game on Nintendo Switch. So on a PlayStation 4 it would be impossible, or a PC, any other platform. So on PlayStation 4 right now I have everything that is in the base game and I am thrilled. Now, this is the 4th time that we try this speedrun. And I didn't know how long it will take. I still don't know how long it will take. Maybe we are nowhere near the trophy. However, what I want to remind everyone is I started this speedrun after I played through the game one time and then some chapters for the collectibles. Thank you for the hydrate. By the way, the hydrate counter is still there. It is just hidden for now, but it's still counting away. So I didn't know much about the game. I knew how to get through the game, but not in a speedy way at all. And as I played through, I learned tricks. I got better. But whatever you're doing, whatever you're trying to get better at, it's important to let yourself make mistakes. Let yourself try. Because many of the shortcuts I discovered because I said, let's try it. I have nothing to lose. Yes, this run is already ruined, so let's not dwell on that. Let's try to use this opportunity, this situation that I'm in, and this mistake that I have made to actually learn. And mistakes, in many cases, are not bad, as long as you learn from them, so you don't repeat the same mistake. And here, you could see that as I played, I got farther and farther in the game. So in the beginning, I couldn't get through the game under 60 minutes. And then I got that, but I died twice. And then I started doing this new routine, playing through the game and stopping when I die. And in the beginning I couldn't get pretty far in the game. Last time was the first case when I actually got through the first 3 chapters. I think I died around 43 minutes-ish. So that means 2/3 of the game. That's amazing. So even if you mess up, remember your past. Remember how much better you have gotten and keep at it and you will succeed. That's the point, and that is what I'm trying to show by playing through this game and hopefully earning a trophy that just a few months ago I considered to be impossible for me. So let's try again. A new game, and let's start the counter. Now I always say that the first run of the day is just to get back into the groove of things. And that's true. You make mistakes because you're not in that focused state. However, something that is important is not to take lightly this first attempt. Don't try to do something difficult by saying, oh, this is a practice run and this is a real run. Because you don't know, maybe the practice run will turn out better than when you really want to show what you're capable of. So always try to give 100% because you don't know what it will turn into. Maybe one day you're just doing something, you're not even really thinking hard about it, and it changes your life. So always try to give 100%. That fox mask is positively adorable. So let's go. I can already hear the wonderful gnomes running around in the background. Yes, let's go. I already discovered that you can indeed run while crouching. It's really useful because it makes you a bit faster. Not crazy fast, but a little bit of a time save here and there is always useful in a speedrun. So don't just discount that as useless. You never know. Maybe you will need that few seconds later on. Now our previous best time for this area is 11 minutes, 11 seconds. And I will be honest, I don't think that I will beat that, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, because my initial time was around, I would say 13 minutes, and that was already decent enough for the 60-minute long run. 11 is great. So I don't necessarily have to shave off from this time. And that's also important, not to overdo things. Because yes, obviously you could, and I could, try to get a better time. And if I was trying to get a speedrun world record or a personal best, yes, I would try. However, here, because I cannot die, it's more important to play safe. So I will try not to attempt any crazy shenanigans, because we have to keep little Six here alive and well. Because even though this game is not that old, I think it released in 2017. It's sort of old school in the way that one mistake, one time you get hurt, you are dead. Now you don't have to restart in the game. You have checkpoints, but you don't have a health bar, nothing like that. So you just have to be careful. Now let's go. Alright, that was good. I think I will be fast enough and the slide in and go through the next hole. Slightly missed that, but that's okay. Let's see if I can miss the rope again. At this point I'm not even trying to jump onto it because... Nah. My depth perception in this game is next to non-existent. It is just how it is. Don't hit the door because... Hello there, Kin. Because that will slow us down. And you see, these small things make a heck of a difference. The fact that I know what not to do. Sometimes knowing what not to do is almost as good as knowing what to do. And that sounds silly, but it's true. Because as long as you don't mess something up royally, you still have time to mess around and try new things and hopefully not make some terrible mistake. And here comes the eye room. Don't like this room that much. And 6 is a bit slower now. I don't know if you noticed. She was kind of out of breath for a moment. Maybe because I'm running so much. I will be honest, I don't know if there is a stamina system. Maybe. Maybe the game even has that. Now, why did you let the lighter's flame die? I need that. I indeed need that. Wonderful. And the jump. And, well, I wanted to slide, but never mind. This first chapter, as much as it is maybe the simplest, one of the shortest, and also the only one without a boss fight, is amongst the harder ones. And why that is because of all the platforms where you can just fall down. If you're not careful, you can really, really easily walk off of a platform and just plummet to your demise. Give me the bread, give me the bread. 6 is hungry, give me the bread, or I'm gonna eat you. And then take your bread. Thank you. You see? Wise kid. And there's Shadow 6 up there. I'm still looking for these Shadow 6 figures, mostly because I have nothing to do during these short animations. I wouldn't call them cutscenes. Now let's go. 8 minutes. We still have a few left, and this is actually the ending. However, we have to go on a bit of a detour. And I actually managed not to get caught up or mess up the jump. I can hardly believe that. I did not want to jump there, but hey, it worked out. That's one of those things that is really difficult for me to explain, mostly because I'm not good at explaining. But because, come on 6. Thank you. Because I have to press 2 buttons with the same come. Sometimes the game thinks I want to run when I don't want to, which is not so bad, and sometimes the game thinks I want to jump when I don't want to, and that's more of a problem. Now what? I don't know what is up with ledges now, but it seems like I will have some trouble with them. Come on. And back and run. That was nice. And now we go up once again in a spiral. I still don't know why that happens, but it's not a big deal. Now let's get this out and get this out. Uh-oh. Almost messed that up. Ah, thank you for all the support. What a collection you have. What a collection. I don't even know how many that is. I think 11, but I will be honest, I'm not good at multitasking, and I have to pay attention to little 6 over here. Oh, and cookies too? Wow. You are just too kind. 9 head pets. Ooh, 9 of them. That's a lot of head pets. Just be careful not to run out of them, because I'm sure a lot of people demand head pets from you. Now let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes, right through there. Oh, and we still have this one. Oh! Oh! I wanted to run. That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. We might lose a few seconds, but that's always better than losing our life, right? I don't know how I did that 11-11 time, but hey, if we can still get under 12, I think that's pretty good. And that's indeed under 12. So let's use this opportunity to take a sip, move a bit, and get ready for another 13 or so minutes of chasing and running. Well, I'm not really the one chasing here. That's more of the janitor's job here, because he is our first boss. But don't worry, if we're good, we can get through this and disarm him in the process. Now, for example, this is one of those parts where it's so bloody easy to fall down, because there's a little gap actually between the 2 staircases, and you don't necessarily see where you're going. It's really a zoomed out camera here. One bad move, one wrong step, and you're falling. But that's more than alright. Here we are safe. So that's why I like the inside interiors, the rooms and whatnot. They are safer. And obviously we can mess up, we can lose time, but as long as we are alive, I don't think that losing a few minutes even would be that terrible. Now again, I do not know if the game and the trophy counts the loading times or not. If it counts, then it uses the time that I'm measuring. If it doesn't, then we're in an even better situation, and we are even luckier. But that's not a problem for now. We are trying to be safe and hit that 60-minute mark. Come on. Nice. And this is the time when we can actually look at our mask, and it is positively adorable. Ah, look at Sax. You know, I almost like him. Then I remember how she kills one of my kins, and then I don't like her that much. I like the mask. I like the mask too. I think it's one of the better masks. And actually it's interesting because it almost feels like the masks... Don't forget the gnome. Yes, the gnome too, but... Well... Obviously if you have played the DLC, you feel worse for the gnome as well. But it's interesting how the masks in this game kind of feel like an afterthought. Because during your initial playthrough, you don't have any masks at all. And then you get the first one after you finish the game. And the other 4 are DLCs. So it's interesting, it's not like you actually collect masks throughout the game. They changed it in Little Nightmares 2. Because there you can actually find masks throughout the game and use them. And I'm actually really quite curious what will be the system for them in Little Nightmares 3. Even though I'm still having some trouble figuring out just which version is the best offer. Because I would want every digital content for the game, and as much as I can see, that is unfortunately not possible. And that makes me slightly sad. But that's neither here nor there right now. We are trying to grab this. And certainly I'm losing a few seconds here and there. But that's fine. Finally I didn't forget that I have to turn back. Oh, look at that guillotine. That's always useful. Always have a handy guillotine. Because who knows? Who knows when you might need it. Now here's our friend the janitor. He's really nice. He's a bit overworked, in my opinion. Has to deal with a lot. But no trouble, we will not be causing him much trouble. I'm still waiting for the release of Reanimal. Indeed, I am quite interested in that game as well. For those who might not know, Reanimal is the next game of the studio who originally made the first 2 Little Nightmares games. The third one is actually developed by Supermassive Games, the creators of, I do believe, Little Big Planet. So they certainly know the genre and the art style of such games, but it's still a different studio. I'm quite interested in what that game will turn out to be. Uh-oh. Now this is the first. This might mess up the run parts, because the janitor is a bit difficult to figure out here. But we got a way, so we can just hide in this corner and not worry. I have it in my mind to play it with you. I honestly don't know much about Reanimal. I remember there was some gameplay released almost a year ago now, and not much else was ever disclosed by the developers. I do not know who the publisher is, but once it gets a pre-order date or a release date or something, I will certainly look into it. Given that they made Little Nightmares, and it is a great game, I wouldn't be surprised if Reanimal would turn out to be quite fantastic as well. Even though that seems a bit more gritty, a bit more gore-ish and dark, not quite the childlike horror as this one. It's already known to be a multiplayer. That's good to hear. I actually heard that some people, after watching the promotional material, trailers and such for Little Nightmares 2, they thought it would be also a co-op game. And I can see that, why they would think such, because two characters in the same game, it kind of looks like an obvious couch co-op kind of game, but unfortunately it never got that option or that mode. Welcome in, Elior. How are you doing? Thank you for checking in 31 times. That is really, really nice of you. Now I will actually wait on the piano to swing back, because you know, it would be a bit embarrassing to die because I missed the piano. There are silly ways to die, but there are really silly ways to die as well. Now here we can actually go up, but we have to wait for a moment for the old janitor to shamble by. Don't die as soon as I hop in on the stream. Oh yes, yes. I'm trying to pay as much attention to the game as I can, and also read the chat, because then again, the chat is the most important in the stream. I'm here for the viewers, and I'm trying to do some interesting challenges. I don't need that. My apologies, I need this. No. Now crouch down, really important. Wait on the janitor. It's really nice that the developers gave some time to the players here. So even though the janitor was right there, next to the door when I climbed in here, he didn't just barge in right away. He gave a bit of a time for me to get this crank and move on. And these are the little things that really make this game fun to speedrun. I am to a certain degree surprised how different this game is when you're trying to speedrun it. it's not like when I normally played. There are many details that you start noticing, and I'm still curious if it was a decision by the developers to make these little details and add little things that make the speedrun more interesting, or if it was partially just a coincidence. Thank you! That actually helped me a bit. Now here there's a really annoying bug that you get stuck on this stopper, but in theory you can still make this jump. Not this one. This jump is one you don't want to make because it's more of like a fall. Alrighty. Here we are mostly safe except for a helping hand right here. But don't you worry, you are not getting this fox that easily. Hello there, King. Don't worry, I'm not going to eat you just yet. And here comes the boss fight, if I'm not mistaken. We are a bit slower, but that's okay. If the day's first speedrun is only a bit slower and not filled with dying, I think I can live with that. No, during one of my runs, one of my attempts, I encountered a really odd bug where I couldn't get one of these rods, but now I was lucky and I could get them in the order that I like to. And I think we are good to go here. So we only lost 4 seconds? No, 8 seconds here. That's more than alright. Get a bit of tea. Don't forget to hydrate. It's really important. But let me ask you, how's the weather now? Because I heard throughout the last few weeks that everyone is trying not to melt. And now maybe the weather is slowly starting to calm down and bring some cold breeze to chill down people. Well, depending on your location, I was watching a streamer from America who lives in a desert, and I asked, what's the weather like there? And they said, oh, it's not so bad. It's only around 40-45 Celsius degrees. And so I started to calculate how much time would it take to cook an egg. And I think if you cracked an egg on the street there, you wouldn't need to wait a long while for a slightly dirty but more than cooked breakfast. Oh, my poor Ken. I'm sorry. It's 6, it's not me. May you munch on cheese in the afterlife. Now we got through 2 chapters without dying. Not bad. And we got through one of the most difficult or tricky parts. The janitor chasing us before the elevator. However, the second and hopefully the last tricky part in this speedrun is still yet to come, and that is the ending of this chapter. Rip lovely rat, yes. Yes, poor rat. I like that in horror games my kins get some representation, but I don't really like that they often in a bad situation or getting murdered. Ah, come on. I can't get up on the staircase because I get caught up on everything. And here's one of those parts where I always say the age-old wisdom, just do not be greedy, or at least overly greedy, because here you could run. Yes, certainly, you could. But if you, by any chance, take a wrong step, then you're done for. And there's nothing that is chasing you here, right? There's nothing that would make you hurry, except you yourself wanting to be a few seconds quicker. But there's no need for that. We are still in a really good position here. Let's not forget to open this. That's important. And here comes one of those tricky bits. But I think I have just the way to handle it. So get the key, and what I'm doing is I'm getting the key by grabbing it from the inside, and that's important because that way it always falls down. Now the chef will notice me, but I have a head start here, and if I can make it to the elevator, I'm safe. So we're good to go. And the chef will not follow us, so don't worry about that. We can just run in here and really slowly go and let the chef go on their way. Now it's really interesting. What do you think? What is or are the gender or genders of the chefs? Because I will be honest, I have no clue. And most of the time I refer to them as them, or the chef, or chefs. But I didn't want to misgender them by accident and look like I'm trying to be rude, so I actually went and checked their page on the Little Nightmares wiki, and even that doesn't mention it. There is no mention of their gender anywhere, which is an interesting tidbit. Obviously with the janitor, I think he is a man, and with the lady, I'm fairly certain that she's a woman. But with the chefs, I have no clue. So if you know, please let me know. I would love to know. Because it's difficult to figure out. They obviously don't speak, so we don't have a voice to go off on, or off rather, and they don't really have a description. Maybe in one of the comics I could find the answer, because indeed Little Nightmares has a comic, or rather an entire series, and many other media content. So if you like the franchise, you can check all those out. I think there's an audio drama, even though it is called a podcast. I'm honestly unsure why. And recently there was an announcement about a stop motion animation. I'm not sure if it's a short animation or a movie. Now I'm going to stop here and hope for the best, because I got caught here once. But not this time. Now they will chase me. Well, follow me. Chase is not exactly true, because I can just get in here. And as you know, there is no way of getting the fox out of the foxhole. Especially this fox, because I bite. Yes, I'm not there. Now go on your merry way. Go. Go, go. Thank you. Now there is a set time for this animation. And why it's important is because this animation, when they chop up the meat, is longer than when they return to the meat to repeat a shorter animation. So if you don't die, and obviously you can die here because it's not allowed, if you don't die, you have a bit more time to go around them, and that's why I go around behind them on the longer way, and then distract them with the meat grinder and get the key. Now, actually I just noticed something while I do this garbage chute part. I can voice my concern about the health and safety. Oh, I was slightly close. Safely subscribed for 5 months. Thank you very much, and welcome in. Thank you also for the break, but only because you paid for it. Goodness. So nice to see you here. And thank you for the hydrate. As you can see, we are once again trying to speedrun Little Nightmares, and we are doing decently. Here comes one of those really crazy parts, because there's no way to really know what will happen here. What you should do is expect the unexpectable, because honestly I have no clue. Now here sometimes, yes, sometimes they get stuck there, sometimes they don't even come in here, or they go another way. I think I never had it that they didn't come this way, but it did happen that they spent a longer time there. However, here I am kind of lucky. I have to wait on them to return to washing the dishes, and then I can take a bubble bath and get up here. That was kind of lucky. Yes, I am indeed here, but hopefully not for long. And here comes the part that is tricky, where everything depends on one single hook and one simple move to grab it. Oh, I was a bit close there, partner. Okay, we're good. We get the wine. Okay, and here I need to jump, and no. And the hook wasn't in the right position, and we are screwed. That's what happens. That's what happens. That's the beauty of speedrunning. It was going so well. But that's fine. We can start anew anytime. And again, welcome in Sepley, and thank you for your 5 months of support. I am really, really happy that you are here. And hopefully you've been enjoying the last 5 months, and you will enjoy the many, many to come. Now, let's start anew. Because there's no stopping the Dreadist. But I'm really happy that we got all the way to the ending of the 3rd chapter. Because that means that I can mostly, let's say mostly, and reliably can do these parts. And if I get that one jump, then hopefully I can get through the 4th chapter with the guests, even though there are many chase sequences there, so it's a bit unpredictable. And then all we have is the last chapter with the lady who is not super difficult to deal with, in my opinion. If you are cautious, then it's a more than doable boss fight. But that is not for now. That is hopefully in some 50 minutes time. For now, we have to get through the prison once again. I'm having some serious deja vu. But that's alright. Let's go, let's go, let's go! There's no stopping the nimble fox. Now, why this is tricky? Why this entire speedrunning is so tricky? Because once you do something enough times and you feel kind of confident that you can do it, you start to become a bit impatient, and you start making mistakes. You try to change the route, even though you shouldn't. So I just have to stick to the original plan, and that's something that I learned not during this speedrun, but earlier in my gaming career, if we can call it that. That in speedrunning, sometimes you don't have the time to really make a decision what to do. You have to know what you're going to do in advance. And what I learned is, if you already decided on what to do, let's say there is a certain sequence you're following, or you say I'm going to do this but not this, or the other way around, stick to it. Don't try to change it in the moment, because if you mess up, then you didn't get to test what you originally wanted, and you will just call yourself stupid for making this call in the last moment. Stick to what you wanted to do. And the platforms, that's also really important, because if you don't stick to the platforms, you might slip like I did. And that almost ended badly. So I know what I have to do here. And I'm trying to do exactly that. Go here, run across, try not to slip everywhere. Nice. Ah, come on. The entire thing is no longer than an hour. I can do that. Oop. And let's go for hole number 2. Hole in one. Perfection. Now, we have the janitor there. And we have the rope. And we are under 5 minutes because... Why that is important is because my original time here was around 5 minutes. So, I'm actually doing pretty good. I'm happy about that. Hello there, Kin. Once again, I know I've been here a few times already, but what can I do? The chefs really like me. So let's run, get through the bars. Light my lighter. Now I'm still curious if jumping would make my time even faster, perhaps. I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest with you. But I'm still not sure if there is a stamina system. And poor 6 looks like she is out of breath. And that's no good. Okay, this was good. There is a gnome to the right in the cage, but we are not going there because we already have all of the gnomes. So there is no need for that. We already have 11 trophies in this game, which is not a lot, considering that the DLCs also have trophies. But as I mentioned before, there is no platinum trophy, and even though Little Nightmares just recently gotten a new version, an enhanced edition, celebrating the release, or well, announced release of Little Nightmares 3, even the new enhanced edition on the PlayStation 5, even that does not have a platinum trophy, which is a shame, but I guess they wanted to keep the original list, and I can respect that. It's alright, 6, it's alright, you're gonna get your bread. Give me your bread. Give me your bread or I'm going to eat you. I'm gonna take off my cute fox mask and I'm going to nibble off your face. Ow! Hitting me over the head with bread. How rude. But you gave the bread to me, so you may leave. Because I'm nice like that. Cannibalism? Ah, no, it wouldn't be cannibalism. Obviously 6 doesn't really care about the other kids, as we saw that in this game a few times, or at least once, with the ones in the cages. So, in a way, if the developers decided to make 6 eat a kid instead of a gnome, I think most of the players wouldn't have cared as much, which is funny. Oh, come on. Let's not do this silly thing again. But speaking of cannibalism, how is your RimWorld colony going? Because if you don't know, Dear Safely here is playing RimWorld, which is a really interesting game. It's a colony simulator. A game and a genre that I didn't even know about before. And let me say that the colony is slightly concerning. No! Yeah, that's what I meant, that the character sometimes likes to jump. It's going well, mostly. You have a frog room now. So, Sefli's newest colony is in a sort of mushroom land. And these are really interesting mushrooms because if you go out and stand next to them for a few minutes, you start to become really happy. And so it's an interesting place. Oh, that is absolutely adorable, that emoticon. Oh my goodness. Look at that, folks. What cute emoticons are on Twitch? It's amazing. Now, we have to get through here and through the lamp. And the lamp is always a tricky part. I'm really not sure if I should run now, but I will wait here. It's not perfect timing, but it's still better than nothing. Again, it feels kind of random where the eye is, the spotlight is when I arrive. And so sometimes I can just run, sometimes I have to stop for a moment, but I think that's more than okay. Only the silocabs do that. Well, of course only they do that. That's why your storage is filled to the brim with mushrooms that your colonels eat, and I really hope that that's a different kind of mushroom. It was really interesting because when I asked Safely about the food situation, he showed me the storage room with all the food, and the colony didn't have much meat except of one kind. And so I asked, what's that meat over there, the big pile? And that was, as the game put it, human meat. Because if you say meat instead of flesh, it's already much nicer, right? My pawns didn't eat human meat in a while, though. Yes, they tried it and they didn't like the taste. We have mushrooms. That's all they eat, the poor bastards. It's just mushroom and mushroom. You can make mushroom soup. You can make some fried mushrooms. Mushroom salad. They love mushrooms. Not like they have a choice. Have they ever got anything else? Do they even know other things exist other than mushroom? I also gave them rice and potatoes recently. Ooh, and they had a revelation. That's nice. It's actually a really fascinating game in my opinion, because everything has stats in it. And I mean absolutely everything. You have percentages, chances, for anything you can imagine, and there are mods. RimWorld is really detailed, indeed. One thing that I loved, I asked about the mods, and Sepley is running this mod that makes the options regarding the people's genders and sexualities more detailed. And in the colony, I do believe everyone is polyamorous, and still there was a percentage in the mod settings for the cheating rate, and I have never in my life, and that's a long existence, in a game seen such a thing. It's fascinating. There is a percentage because you have to quantify everything, even the rate at which people cheat on each other, even though it's polyamorous. So it's a good question if that is even possible, but I would say yes. The better romance mode, yes, that's what it's called, because the more the variety, the better the romance, obviously. It's alright, kiddo. You're almost dead, don't you dare collapse. Oh, there's the Shadow 6, I think. Or was that a rat? Maybe that was a rat. The cheating is for all pawns though. Even those who aren't part of my ideology. Ah, why do you have people who are not part of your ideology? That's no good. They might want to overthrow you. That's dangerous. You should probably sacrifice them. That always helps the moral, I think. It's great entertainment. Because I didn't indoctrinate them yet. Is this a colony or a cult? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure, obviously. Okay. Let's try to do this without getting myself killed. Oh. Because well, they keep slut shaming my colony. Oh, that's terrible. That's why you don't want those strangers in your colony. They should be sacrificed for the blood gods. Nah, let's go, let's get this. And let's move on. Oops. Not the shoe. Yes, there's a gnome up there, as we have discovered on one of our replays of the game. And here's the Shoe Lagoon. And that right there is the creature of the Shoe Lagoon. Quite a territorial one, I have to say. But don't you worry. Hopefully we can get away before they get to us. Now, here's the staircase, and here's the janitor. Now that was interesting. They didn't even start run. Wait, did you just run through that pipe? I think I'm in trouble here. Six looked like she was out of breath there based on the movement, but no, that was weird. One of my pawns developed the misandrous trait because her mother got killed by robots. Are there robots in the game? I didn't know about them. I knew that you had giant slots, but that was about how weird things got last time around. Yes, there are mechs. I hate them. Okay. Oh! Come on. Nah, we survived this part. This was the first of the two tricky parts. And obviously, you have to survive the first of the tricky parts to get to the second, so I had more opportunities to practice this one than the other one. However, because at least to me, these parts seem a bit random, I don't necessarily think practice would help me a lot. I know what I have to do, the problem is how to do it is a bit different every time, and I actually ran off of the rock there for a moment, and that could have been dangerous, but luckily enough the janitor wasn't. Wasn't on the ground just yet. They killed two of my pawns. Oh, that's terrible. Also, just notice how Safely is calling the people pawns. Really nice. Did you consider doing it better? How nice of you. Yeah, that's one of those parts where you could say that skills are needed, but I'm honestly not sure because it feels random. So it's not just, oh, I have to get better. It's also reading the situation well enough and quickly enough to know what to do, and that's the tricky part for me. But practice makes perfect, and let's go. I'm just a friendly neighborhood fox. Well, not sure if the mall is a nice neighborhood, but don't worry about me. Perfect landing on the suitcase. Press the button. Grab that. Crouch down. Look at how cute the fox is. Thank you. Now here it's always tricky to get through because I don't know where the hole really is. This is one of those moments where you just have to feel the hole and not see it. It's like plugging in a cable into the back of your PC. You can't see it, but you feel it. And hopefully the USB goes into the USB port and not the Ethernet. Oh goodness! Yeah, that's why I normally wait a bit, but... no, you're not doing that. But I couldn't really wait on that side. Nah, let's try this. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It's really important not to get into the steam, because we indeed get murdered by the steam. So this was the fastest way that I could think of. You see, now it worked beautifully. That's one of those elements in the game where I think the only thing that has an effect on whether or not you can get around there is luck. No! Oh, I slid by accident. Oh, that was so silly. That was so silly. I accidentally hit the run button. Okay. I see that this is not going to be as easy as I want it to be. But hopefully we get back to the guest area. That's the part where I really have to get myself together. And then hopefully everything will work out just right. Yes, lady, I'm trying to get to you. Really. My best attempt. Let me see the lady stand on a balcony. I could not get to her quarters, but we'll try. I should have taken my advice. What exactly was the advice? Other than get better. Because as much as that may be necessary, it's not the kind of advice I can really work with. Doing it better. Oh, yes, that is it. We have to get better. But how could I do that? What could help me? That's the big question. So see, every now and then 6 starts to move a bit sluggish. So maybe there is a stamina system, and maybe that is the part that screws me over in certain chase sequences. Maybe. Skill issue. Ah, yes. But in a way you could say it's a skill issue, because if you're much better, then you can use other shortcuts and read the situation better. However, I'm trying to be as good as the game requires, so I don't have that extra crazy skill set that speedrunners might have. Wait, I'm not in the game. There is no skill issue. You say that like you'd be terrible at games, And as far as I know, you actually played this game. Ooh, that was close. Hello there, gnome. I'm always a bit concerned on this. Alright, run. Go around here. I think the subtlety of this speedrun that I might have missed so far is in the fact that you cannot just run. You have to slow down sometimes to give Six the chance to get a breather. And that's important. I actually wanted to slide there and I couldn't for some reason. Don't ask me why. And I will never try to speedrun. Alright. But you still played through the game. Eat the gnome. No, that's later on. If we get to the eating the gnome part, then I'm in a really good position. Actually, that sounded terrible, but it's true for the speedrun. Hello there, kid. I know it's the third time today, isn't it? Welcome to speedrunning, where we repeat the same things and hope that the stars align. Or something like that. Speeding goal, eating the gnome. So you see here, Six looks a bit tired. So I think I have to give her a moment to actually gather herself. And then I will be able to run much faster here. And that is necessary. You see how quick she is now? So I have to be careful with overrunning in certain areas. Let me see, but my colony gets judged when they just want to survive. No, I don't see. Alright. But I just try to survive as well, and Six is trying to survive, and that's why she eats whatever she can. And that includes moldy bread, raw meat, live rat, live gnome, and a certain lady's neck. Completely normal diet, if you ask me. Except for the rat. The rest is okay. It's still stupid to bite in the back of a rat. She's eating the rat wrong. How do you eat a rat right? If I may ask. What's the trick to eating a rat? Come on, give me the bread. Don't be a brat, give me the bread. Come on. Ow, that was my butt. Rude child. Hope I don't eat the rat. Yes, that's what I would like, but unfortunately, we don't have a choice in this game. Most meat of a rat is around the legs, and some organs are edible, but not the colon. Yeah, you wouldn't want to eat that. That's true. Now I would say that it is concerning that Cephalin knows such things, but then again, Cephalin knows many interesting things. Concerningly interesting things. That's why it's always nice to talk to him. Oh, great. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It was discussed to how to eat a rat in the zoology seminar. Why? Why would you want to discuss that? Why would people need to know such a thing? Even in their professional life, when would that be important? Because with these dissected rats, yes, that makes sense. It's a kind of topic that comes up. Aha, that's the kind of topic that comes up. Humans are cruel. Cruel, cruel creatures, I have to say. No, get this down. Get this noose, and that's 10 minutes. 10 minutes is 1/6 of a run. And yes, things are looking down when you start counting like that. Now, get our lighter and get through these lovely leeches. And here we have the second eye. I'm going to wait. I will wait here, rather. I think it's safer than to make a run for it and potentially get ourselves murdered. And I will actually just walk here, because it only starts to move here and now. So I only run when the mechanism already started, so poor 6 won't run out of breath. Now let's go and let's... time. I said time. Thank you. To look at the reproductive system of a rat, you have to squeeze out the balls. Some women were a bit sadistic about it. Why? What do women have against the poor rats? Oh goodness. There's so much wrong with society these days. There was quite some fascination. And as the one trying to teach these overly fascinated students, how do you handle such situations? You say that they should be more careful with the specimens? Come on, come on, come on, come on. That's it. Let's go. We can get through this. As long as they dissect the rat right, that's not really my issue. Safely, ever so professional. Poor rats, indeed poor rats. Well, they are already dead, but still. Give some respect to the little creatures. Get you. Get you again. Let's move. Great. We reached the elevator. This is not a checkpoint, I just wanted to announce something. I'm curious if this will be my last time in this elevator. No, it won't be. But yeah, female humans are kind of strange. Do you know that from personal experiences? They can fall asleep on true crime podcasts. Is that so strange? I can do that too. I can fall asleep on most horror movies if I really want to. They cry during an argument because they know killing is illegal. So that's like the second best thing to do. I see. So many tricks they have up their sleeves. I can do this too. That's out of question. So was that 6? The shadow 6? No, I don't think there's a shadow 6 here. There is a psychology behind that. If people are used to being in disturbing situations, it becomes normal, and the controlled situation becomes comforting. Could you elaborate on that? I can fall asleep to these kind of things too. Well, apparently everyone is crazy around here. Good, that's my kind of audience. Now, kiddo, obviously 6 is not going to save you, but I kinda sort of need something to jump up on. Thank you for the posture check. And the hydrate. I will hydrate the next time I have a moment to do so. Which might be at the end of this chapter, so in around 10 minutes. Don't worry, I will try not to dry out in the process, but you should also drink something. Because that's how it goes. We should be close to the 100. We certainly are getting there. And it is mostly thanks to you, so thank you so much for your dedication. It's funny that I'm pressing so many buttons, and sometimes even buttons that I don't need to press. It's just that it's interesting because I try to focus, but sometimes I'm focusing so much on the game that I don't really have the capacity to think about which buttons I'm necessarily pressing. And so many times what I do is I keep my finger on the hold button, on the trigger, even if I don't need to hold anything, just because I don't have the time to think about should I let go of this button. And as long as it's not causing trouble, my answer is yes. Push more buttons. Yes, we're pushing all of the buttons. Oh, that was closer than I like. But hopefully this will be okay. Push all the buttons. Exactly. You know how to handle these situations. Now here I won't be running, because here we have the running part, and now hopefully I will be a bit faster. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just goes through that pipe. Yes, it feels like I'm a bit faster like this. So this was the difference. So let's drink here. Don't mind the janitor in the elevator. He's a nice fella. Just a bit overworked. Underpaid. But you might say he is quite the handy man. And that jaw movement that always gets me. I don't know why. I don't know where it comes from, that idea. But it's so nice. Oh. No, I don't want to pick that up. I want to get up here. And we're at 20 minutes. That's 1/3 of the run. And I missed this jump, like I always do. Don't worry, I'm not down there. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'm down there. I'm certainly not up here. It's crazy how they always know where I will be. They just know the vent system so well. All of the enemies. That they know, hey, if that little kid is going through that air vent, they are going to be there in a moment. Well, shit. Sorry for the clock. Didn't mean to do that. I think his arm kind of just brushed against the shoe there. Maybe you smell bad. Wow. Well, after this much running in a raincoat, I actually wouldn't be surprised. Ooh, taking notes. Taking notes. I see. What kind of notes are you taking? I'm always interested in some fascinating notes. That's the one thing that I always run out of, notebooks. It's a pretty bad diet. How you handle the game? Terribly. Terribly, given that I still don't have the trophy. Or rather, how the game handles you. That's an interesting way to look at it. Well, Mr. Janitor. That every time I make a sound, he sniffs around. So maybe there's something to this smell idea. Double tail. And that gets noted, obviously. Oh my goodness, bots! My chat is filled with bots. Alright, through here, through there. Ooh, electric tail. Kinky. So... let's put this where it should be. And get the piano, because we always love some classical music. Actually, no, I just realized that... oh, that we never see the piano fall in this game, which would be quite the old cliche. Whoop! fireballs. What? What is happening? A bird with a birthday party hat and a knife in its beak. What are the stories behind these emoticons? I found Dread as an emote on a classic Friday night. Uh-oh. Oh, I do like that Jason mask, really quite classic. The knife, also a classic. It's interesting that this trope in horror movies became such a big deal with the kitchen knives. Maybe because it's an item that you can put in many scenarios. Also, people know what it is, so they know how big or dangerous it is. But I'm still curious why people, especially in American movies, they have these knife holders out with these huge knives, as if you need those ginormous knives every time you walk into the kitchen. Like, when do you even use those? I never understood, but I do remember in the first Scream movie, I think it was already shown how the knives were kind of teased to the audience in the holder. For murder! Oh. Oh. Oh, frick. I messed up. Yep, I messed up. Not for that. No, no, no. No, that was silly. I didn't pay attention. I should really stop doing that. Ah, goodness. This is what I meant, that speedruns become more difficult after a while. Did you consider to not die? Yes, I did consider. And I was silly because I could have waited a bit of time. But this is what I mentioned, that as you go through parts that you already played so many times, you start making mistakes that you normally wouldn't do just because you are less focused. Ouch! Why are you biting me? Thank you for the hydrate, but still. I once lost a pawn because I was talking to Twitch chat. Yes, yes, that can indeed happen. And everyone is biting me. Love nibbles! Yay! That's nice. Alright, try to focus here. It's time to really focus. Now I will actually try to get a better time than before, if it's possible. Oh, come on. And to really pay attention to the small details. Do it. Oh, yes. I'm trying to. We need a time under 12 minutes. Under 11, that would be tricky, but under 12 minutes is the goal for this chapter. And obviously not dying. That would be also nice. Get the chair. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm sorry, but I need this chair for the moment. This is to the refrigerator. Get the refrigerator. Actually, it's interesting. The janitor doesn't mind the leeches everywhere. Kinda weird. But fine. No. No leeching around. At least not around me. Blech. Actually ran through one of them, but I survived, so that's okay. Jump. Oh, that was a gorgeous jump. I have no clue why I did that. Oh, and a forbidden word. I see. I see. Well, how nice that in this chapter we don't have a boss, like the chef, or the guests, or the lady. We can just go around. We only have to worry about the gnomes, but they don't hurt us. And the leeches. And then there's this one character who is cleaning around here. But we don't talk about him. So that's fine. Come on. Come on. Alright, run. And this time, try not to forget about sliding. The worst thing that can happen in this situation is that you slide too early and you stop underneath the door. Yeah, then you're in a not so good situation. Oh, another eye. That's interesting. Even though we never go there, there is an eye there. Again, we got the time. Well, good evening, my kin. Yes, fourth time is the charm, right? Or is it free? Well, it's okay either way. Let's go jump around because we are so darn happy. Alright, that was not terrible. Stop with the running. Because poor 6 is out of breath. Yes. And now we can run. I'm actually really happy that I figured out these parts because they are much slower normally. And because I know the timing, now I can just run around them and not really care. Except for the little time where I stop in the beginning. But that's alright. So here in this room, it's really interesting because we have a boss teased. The man with long arms. He has another name, but you already know. Why should I repeat myself? My viewers are really clever like that. Now, where do we go now? Because interestingly here I don't know which room comes after which. What I know is once I see a room, I can just go and do the intended run or pathway, but I don't know the entire structure of the map, interestingly. Gimme food! Gimme food! I'm a cute fox, gimme food! I deserve it because I'm a cute fox. Don't question it, that's how it works. Thank you. You may watch me eat this bread because you gave it to me, but that's all you get. Two more minutes. I did this too early. Well, I can go for longer and not mention his name. Or any of the characters' names, really. Come on! That's nice. It's alright, alright. Nah. This one's also a tricky jump, but I try my best. And sometimes I get caught up in nothing. That also happens. Don't ask me why, because I have absolutely not the slightest of clues. But it happens. We have to deal with it. Now jump. Grab that. And there we go. And now we go and we run and we good. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. File cabinet, under 10 minutes, good. Let's go. Shouldn't be too difficult here. I've been trying this for 2 hours and I didn't get much further than before. But hey, it's practice. And you are free. Thank you, I'm free. But still, my only enemies here are the leeches. And not Mr. Long Arms. That's a silly name, I would need a better one. Okay, don't run here because we need to run later on. Oh. Oh, that was weird. Jump. Good. That was slightly chaotic, but worked. It worked. That's all that matters. Get up. And run. And maybe hydrate. Right after we get through here. Thank you. Actually, under 12, 11 and a half minutes, I think that is pretty good. That is a pretty good time, in my opinion. Now we need to get through the lair. It is the lair of the janitor. But he is not around just yet, because interestingly enough, this game with the enemies is a bit like the Jurassic Park movies with dinosaurs. You'd think that is just chock full of them. But really, if you start looking at it, they don't appear that often. There are many rooms where you have absolutely no enemies. For example, here I start the lair and it's around 13 minutes long. And for the beginning, there's nothing. I just have to get this suitcase, jump up, get this, jump on the bed. I need to get the key, but there are no enemies around. Actually, all the way until I get, or rather 6 gets caught, there are no enemies in this chapter. And even there, it's only a cutscene, and then once again we are just trying to venture through the mall. So the enemies are not that crazily present in the game as you might think. I think the chefs are more often in the same room with us. And even the guests are most of the time just in the background eating. Come on. Thank you. Let's do my little fox dance. A really simple dance. It highlights how cute this mask is. And here we go. Wonderful. And 6 is hungry on cue. Abso-fucking-lutely. If only this could be skipped. But as far as I know, there is no way to do that. So we have to suffer through this. And interestingly, I cannot run or slide during this hunger part. Now this is obviously a slightly different eating animation or sequence because of the trap and the janitor's hand appearing. But I'm still looking for the Shadow 6 in this scene, and I think the only part where she might be is that right there. But no, there's no one here. I don't think there is a Shadow 6 in this sequence. I really feel like there isn't one. I have to check later on. Then 60 minutes into the run, we are in this lovely, I said lovely, get up. 6, thank you. So in this lovely predicament, but don't you worry because we're out. Now don't you worry, kiddo. 6 here will absolutely not save you. What if Shadow 6 appears later because with killing 6 souls gets tainted? That's a good question. Shadow 6 actually appears during the bread sequence, so it's not only later on. But it is true that the game never really explains what the entire hunger is. I know that the working title, the original title of this game was indeed Hunger. And some people say that Little Nightmares 2 explains it or implies it. An implication that went right over my head, to be perfectly honest. Even when I already knew about the theory that when 6 is captured by the Tin Man, or the Tall Man, good question, the boss in Little Nightmares 2, she's transformed into this ginormous monster 6, and then Mono saves her. However, she gets corrupted during this process, and that is partially why she betrays Mono. And since that is a prequel to this game, that is why once she gets on the board of the Mo, which is a good question how that happens, she is suffering from this hunger. I have absolutely no clue what the real story is. Oh, why didn't you slide? Why didn't you slide, 6? Maybe I can get away because I didn't run before. I stopped for a moment, as you might have noticed, and maybe that saved my bacon. Maybe she's becoming independent. Oh, so she wanted to become independent by getting rid of Mono. I mean, that's one way to get rid of someone, I guess. But that would be the equivalent of saying that you're in a relationship and you want to break up with someone, so you go to the zoo and let them get eaten by the lions. I mean, it works, but it's a bit overcomplicated for what it is. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. That's not how you usually do it? Is that how you usually do it? Because that would be quite an interesting thing. If you say, honey, we are going to the zoo, that means it's over. Oh. Oh, goodness. There, I will be honest, I'm not sure what happened. It would be cheaper to go to a farm and push them in the pig enclosure. And why would that fix your problem? I am aware that pigs can eat a human being, but they most of the time don't attack them. They have to be really, really hungry for that. Not that it is at all concerning that, once again, Sepley knows that, but let's just say that this is all part of some twisted zoology class. Let's hope. But that was indeed interesting, because what screwed me over there was not only the janitor noticing something, I'm not sure what, maybe I stepped on the wood off of the rug, but also the shoe didn't hit the button, and that really sealed my fate. But hey, that's okay. We can always retry. There's always a retry. And who knows, maybe today is the lucky day, maybe it is not. But we have to try. And try every time we have to give 100%. So let's jump and run and crouch down. That's another trick. Because normally when you are walking through these air vents, once you ducked down, the character stays that way because 6 can't get up. However, if there is another pipe or an opening on top, she will get up and then get stuck. So you have to keep pressing the crouch button in those situations. Another little detail that can save you a split of a second maybe. But at this point that's the kind of measurement we're using. I'm honestly curious if I manage to get through these 2 difficult parts. Will I actually be able to do the guest area on the first try, or I will mess up something that I have never messed up, because I haven't played the guest area that many times, especially since I started this new kind of run where I restart every time I die. But I did play the guest area before that multiple times, exactly because of this reason. Because I know that if you always just try the beginning of the game, you won't know a thing about the last few chapters, and that's a mistake. But I'm actually curious if I will be able to finish the run like I want to, or it will bite me in the butt that I make some silly mistake. But we'll have to get there first. And this is not the first time I'm here actually today. It's too many to even count. So maybe it is time to use my age-old trick and start saying what I should be doing, because then I remind myself of what the shit I should be doing, and that would be really useful. So get through the hole and get up on the rope. I don't know why, but it actually helps me if I just start saying out loud what I have to do. Maybe it keeps my focus. Thank you for the hydrate. Now you're not doing that. Alright, let's run. And jump. And skip, and that's how we go. That's great, and it wasn't so bad. It wasn't the best for today, but it wasn't bad. Now we're obviously not running, as we learned. You have to give a moment to 6 to recuperate. And now we're running. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. 6 for the rescue. Not for the gnomes, that's on the right, but to my rescue, hopefully. That's it. And now we deal with a little bit of a draft. Closing the door, and we are safe and sound. Interestingly, in the phrase safe and sound, sound doesn't mean the thing that you hear, but it means intact. That's why you can use sound as an adjective and say sound mind, as in sane. Also, sound can be a verb, but we don't talk about that. Come on. Come on, kiddo, come on. Give me the bread. Good kid. Nah. Shadow 6. And 8 minutes in. Now we just have to run around here, do this loop, return, get through the leeches, the second eye room, and some jumping, and that's it. Imagine if you could somehow get through this gate without turning off the electricity. How much time would you save by that? But I'm pretty sure that would be a glitched run, because the speedrun record for this game is not 1 hour, not at all. It's much faster. I do believe a glitchless run, at least something that would be considered as such, is around 40 minutes. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe that is with the loading times? Alrighty. Get you here and get you back and run. Oh ho 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 ho! I don't know where I really landed there, but you know what? We don't talk about that. Alright, get the file cabinet. You know, looking at these file cabinets and how small 6 is, I just had an idea about just how small 6 is. And a question. Did Bandai ever make any real life 6 merchandise? Because in this case you could make a statue that is 1-to-1, because 6 is, well, small. Or a plushie or something like that, but I do not remember such a product. Maybe it amazed me, there's a good chance, but that's an interesting idea. Of course, I have to hit something. Okay, now we are not running because this is the eye room and I need my stamina for later on. Yes, it went this way, that's good. And now we can run here. It's a bit odd how the eye moved here. And now I'm just walking, not off of the platform, and now I'm running, and now I'm jumping. But look at me go! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Let's make that run. Wow, that was faster. That was indeed faster. Not faster than my previous time, but I think faster than any of my times today. Given that it only takes me like 2 hours to get into the groove of things, this will take a few times. Few tries, few attempts, few more streams maybe. But that's why we are here. This is to show that indeed you can do whatever you want if you stick to it. So, to all of my wonderful viewers here, if you want, please share what you are working on now. Any projects, anything in your life that you are trying to do, achieve, or get better at. Because that's what this is about. Improving something. And hey, it might take a long time, but if I improve the run just a bit every time I try it, it is bound to get trophy worthy later or sooner, and that's the point. And that's true for life as well. If you do something and you try it and try it and try it, well, you are going to get better at it. And every day just a bit is quite a lot over a year. Nah. Let's go. Let's try not to murder ourselves. So. Yes, 6, that's a key. You need that key. Drop, or rather throw. And that's it. Get you. Wonderful. And here's the elevator. And there's the button pressed. And this, folks, is going on a journey here. What a journey it is. And here we are. No elevator music, but plenty of hunger. I don't know if it's normal that when 6 gets hungry, she starts coughing. That's, I don't feel like, should be related. It's not something that should be related. But hey, I'm no doctor. And I don't know about kids. Maybe that's how kids are. Hey, are the nightmares sufficiently little? They are not tiny enough, unfortunately. Welcome in, Timber. How are you doing today? I am yet again trying my best to... Oh, there's Shadow 6. I'm trying to do the speedrun of this game. And unfortunately, I'm getting murdered, which is not good because I have to do the speedrun without dying. So I have to restart again and again, but we are not giving up. I'm good, how are you? Well, I'm equally parts excited and frustrated, so I would say good. And how are you with the games you're playing? I think recently, other than your impressive wheel of demo games you are trying to play. To all those who don't know, Timbatir is a fellow VTuber, and Timbatir here has a wheel of demos on Steam, and that wheel is spun every time that a game is needed for stream, and I have no clue how many games are on that wheel, but I would want to say more than 100. That sounds like a rough challenge. Well, it is certainly the most difficult challenge in the game, but I'm not giving up. Don't worry there, I'm just coming through and missing the spot, obviously. I'm my depth perception. I think there are around 108 right now. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of demos. But I also saw you playing Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, I think. I actually watched you finish that game. But I think then you returned to get the rest. 100% your progression. How is that going? I honestly don't know much about these larger Five Nights at Freddy's games. I heard about the old ones, obviously. But I don't even know who's developing the new ones. The fully 3D ones. So I rather ask than assume, as I always do. That's it. And now we are not running, as we learned. Poor 6 here has a stamina issue. And now you better slide. Yes, I finished it. Finished in quotation marks. That's always a question for more. Did all endings except one, but when the guide for the fight says if you get lucky and the boss is playing fair. Indeed, that is an LOL moment. When the boss fights fair. Well, you see, the funny part about that is that I can relate to that feeling in this game, because you see, you can die in Little Nightmares a lot of times, a lot of different ways. However, in my speedrunning, I realized there are 2 spots where it's not necessarily up to skill, but chance or luck. One of said locations I just got through. That is when the janitor is chasing after you. And sometimes he got me and sometimes he didn't, and I could not figure out why that is. However, just today I realized that there is indeed a stamina system in the game. So why he was able to get me some of the times was because I was running so much before that sequence that post 6 was out of breath. However, the other one is random chance. And that's the one that gets me more often than not. That is almost at 40 minutes into the speedrun, and the entire speedrun should be around 60 minutes. So that's one that really kicks my butt. So I can relate to the struggle. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach is known to be a buggy mess. That's a good bit of advertisement, thank you. I think it was added to PlayStation Plus, so I could play it. But based on that recommendation, I'm not sure. Would you recommend it? That is so brutal. Now, again, it's a good question because I felt like the janitor's chase sequence was up to luck. But then I realized, no, I was running out of stamina. The game just doesn't necessarily tell you there is stamina. With the second one, maybe, if you're good, there's a trick to time everything just right. I leave it up to chance, and that makes it slightly frustrating when I get through 40 minutes, don't die, and then I die because some random luck decides that, oh, he shouldn't have that trophy just yet. Yes, 6. You should press the button. The fun fact, this song does not have official lyrics, at least confirmed ones. So when I went on the wiki, I actually learned that someone put together an interpretation of the lyrics, but no one knows if that's true or not. And also, this never happened before, that the janitor came after me and I was still able to get away. And this shows how the game is scripted, but also how the developers paid attention, that even though the janitor was right behind me, so when I started to rotate the crank, he could have gotten to me faster. But the developers knew that would mean you cannot do this part and, well, your run is done for. So I think what the game actually does, it either moves the janitor back into the room, or it gives you some time and a slight delay. And that's really nice. So again, these are the little things that I really appreciate in this game. And that's something that I did not realize in my original playthroughs, only in my speedrunning, that this game has so many tiny details that are not necessarily important when you're just playing the game, but they make a huge difference when you are speedrunning the game. Let's run! Let's make a run for it. Now here I have to pay attention, because last time I was so caught up in the stream that I kind of forgot that I'm doing a speedrun. And that happens sometimes. I know it's silly, but because I have to focus on the game every moment, what I have to do. Whenever there's a part where I have to stop even for a short while. Oh, I'm in a bad situation here. I don't know why I couldn't get that bar, but better safe than sorry. I think I made a slight mistake by getting the wrong bar at first, but speedrunning is not only about doing something perfectly, and that's again important. It's not always about, hey, let's do something perfectly. It's also about, when something goes south, how you handle it. It's about how you adapt to things. And maybe you will obviously lose some time and you won't be able to beat your personal best or the world record, but it will be impressive that even though something didn't quite go the planned way, you were able to save that run. And that's something that I shouldn't forget when I'm trying to do different things. That look, maybe I make a mistake, maybe I lose a few seconds here and there, that's okay, we have enough time. The point now is to finish the game without dying, not to try to beat some world record, because I'm not even near. Details? Like things that tell you when bad things will happen? I had so much fun with Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, but I also acknowledge that my playthrough was a relatively smooth one, but I think that is because the bugs worked in my favor. That's nice, so sometimes they are nice. I have heard the PC version is a lot more stable than the PS version. Thank you for mentioning that, since I am playing on PlayStation. Being able to so speed runs at all is crazy impressive. Oh goodness. So it is buggy. But is the game fun? To do, I see, to do. But is the game fun? So I understand that you kind of got a good run, a good playthrough by chance, but do you think the gameplay mechanics and the story itself is a fun one? If we say that the bugs don't make me lose my mind. Oh yes, this is another kind of bug, you could say. If you press this metal piece in the wrong spot, you will just slide back. No, that's not necessarily a bug, but it can screw you over when you're trying to move really quickly. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. That's it. Nice. Now here, I'm back. I went grocery shopping. Oh, what did you get? Did you get something nice? Now here I actually hid those cans on purpose. One, because I know that, or at least I hope, that the chef is occupied by looking for me in the kitchen. And the other thing, is, don't let go of the hold button just yet. And the other thing is, because I will have to go through that exact part again, and then it wouldn't be really good if something was in my way and I alerted the chefs by hitting them. Some snacks, some food, and some ingredients for chili sin carne. Sounds positively spicy and delicious. I found it fun, yes. If you like Five Nights at Freddy's lore, which I know pretty much nothing about, I would say you will have fun despite the bugs. If you don't, it might become a bit frustrating and not feel as fun worth it. Well, I might give it a go. It is a horror game after all. And hey, if I end up not liking the game, I can still blame Timbatir for the recommendation, so that's kind of a easy way out of the situation. Now let's run. I'm not here. I think the chef saw me. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! So as I mentioned before, I have to go through here again, and what I do is I go here, and the shaft will start moving as well, and I have to wait here for a moment so they go back there. And that's why it's important that I don't make any noise so they don't start chasing me, because in my first run through the kitchen, even if they start chasing me, I can climb up the shelf. Here I can't, and opening the door, running in here, getting up here, that's a lot of time and they can probably get me. But now we are going to make some good old mouse sausage. So here's the recipe. It's really quite simple, and I'm pretty sure it would not work in real life. But first you have to get a nice piece of ham. It's really important that it's stored in a cold environment, and it obviously rolls in the wrong freaking direction to screw my time over. So you already have one piece of ham. We also have another one prepared because we wouldn't want to bore the viewers. Then we have this other piece of nice ham. Oh, look at that head butt. That was gorgeous. And we put this also here. So now we have the main ingredients. Now you can season it as you like. We don't season it because, look, our guests will eat absolutely fucking everything. So we are not even sure why we're cooking these darn things. But once we have all the meat in the grinder, we start grinding. Don't worry if there's a bit of bone in that. It gives it texture. So now that we have our sausage, we have to do the strength test. It's really important that you hang on the sausage. If it doesn't break, that means it's good. If it breaks, don't worry, just give it to the guests. They don't mind. They really don't care. The Mo is like a really, really shitty restaurant. You can give whatever you want to the patrons and they don't care. Alright. Next thing, we have to open this lock. Now I stand here in this exact position and the chef should not notice me. It's always nerve-wracking to try this. Oh, I got caught up in the wall, but I was saved by the little time delay. So thank you, developers, and also really nice from the developers. And I always try to acknowledge the good things as well, because obviously games have their bugs, but there's things that I really appreciate in them. The door of the elevator actually stops the enemy. It does not just reach through it or grab you or go through it. No. The physics are really there. Now maybe that is because the Unreal Engine that this game is running on, but still that had to be developed and I like that. Huzzah! Elevator of safety. Yes, the elevator is maybe one of the rare safe places. And here we have to do some crazy shenanigans. So the plan is really simple. We press this button, we run, we slide through this door hole. I almost always miss that hole. We get the key. I said grab the fucking 6. Don't do this with me. Thank you. So then we run like a maniac and we don't talk about how I decided to river dance on the fucking key. Yeah, we don't talk about that. So Next thing is we put the key in the lock and we really hope that things go our way. Good, now. But you revert them so beautifully, thank you so much. And now we jump in here. Oh. Now we are safe in the garbage. Okay, so next thing is going up here, and this is the ending of this part, and this is what almost always becomes a complete chaos, and I still don't know how to properly go about this, but I will try my best. So first we run through here, we slide in here, and they will start looking for me there. Except they didn't this one. This one time they were like, no, we're not doing what we always do. We're going to do something completely else. Because that's what we do. Huh. Okay, would you mind? Thank you. I have to run, but good luck. I believe in you. Thank you so much, Timbatir. And have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for tuning in and cheering me on as I try to not get murdered. Okay, they are looking there, so I can go here. I don't know where the other one is, which is concerning. Okay. We are safe-ish. So we're here. Now I pulled that lever all the way as much as I know. Maybe that's what I mess up. Maybe I don't pull the lever and so the hooks are a bit slower. And that's why I have trouble. I'm not sure. Hopefully this time I will be able to do this. Run. Run. Slide. Okay, that was close. Jump. Jump again. Jump up. Don't grab me. Yes. We got through this part, and now I'm pressing the buttons of the controller so darn hard because I'm not by any chance letting go of that hook. And there we are, a bit slower, but you know what? Safe. And it's better to be slow than sorry, or safe than sorry. I'm not sure. It's two words starting with an S. Okay, now here we have to be really careful because this is a round pipe, so you can really easily just walk off of it and not even notice. Now grab this and go up. 40 minutes into the run. Good. And here I'm always worried that I will miss this chain when I jump. But we are doing okay. Nerve-wracking moments these are, nerve-wracking. But we are going slow and steady. That's another word starting with an S. Like sunshine and slaughter. I have quite the interesting vocabulary. Don't you think there? Now go up. There. Good. Safe. I'm holding down the trigger so hard it's digging into my finger. And now we are just walking. We are by no freaking chance running here because I'm not falling down here. If I'm getting killed, then I'm getting killed in a chase. Because that at least a defendable way to die. There I can say it was the enemy that killed me and not my own stupidity. Come on, come on. Nah. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're inside. Less places to fall down. Good. Now here again, we have to be careful because we have to go along this pipe. Pipes are cylindrical. And it's easy to fall down. Especially because the camera is in a really odd angle for me. That's alright. And there is the lady in the background. We are going to get to her, hopefully. Oh, I got caught up there. Okay. Now let's go. Let's jump. Let's jump. Let's jump. And let's jump. Oh, ho, ho. Hey, Dreadist. Welcome in, Vivian. How are you doing? How's the speedrun going? It's nerve-wracking. We got finally back to the 4th chapter out of the 5. This is the first chase. So I really have to pay attention not to get caught up on something. I'm really sorry if I don't react to something in the chat, but I really don't have the capacity to do so. Booped my... no booping, no. Okay, you get your boop, but only because I'm nice. Okay, so I died last time here. I really don't want to repeat history. No, 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 no! Why? Why did I get killed there again? The same exact place. Why? Okay, I'm going to try this now, because I died here twice. And I never died there before. And it's weird, because I press the run button, I press the jump, there's nothing else I can do, and that play just broke my head. Now I will actually continue with one dying, because I'm curious about this part, and also it's practice. I'm sorry, don't worry about it, it wasn't your fault, I stopped. Yeah, it's just... I hope I didn't distract you. No, not at all. It's just... you can see that the character kind of pulls in the lantern and it's sometimes not working. That's the problem, and it's not a huge deal in the game, but when you're speedrunning something like this and you're really trying your absolute best not to get murdered, it can be really frustrating that something tiny like this gets you killed. I hope I did distract. How nice. How nice of you, Sapling. Yeah, you try for perfection. Alright, let's see. Can we actually at least finish the game under the time limit? I don't feel bad when it isn't perfect. Yes, it's alright. It's about trying and practicing. This chase is not so bad. The problem is there are so many jumps in this sequence. Can still reach personal best. I don't necessarily have a personal best because the trophy asks you to finish the game without dying. So every time when I died, I decided to restart. The only time when I didn't do that was in the beginning when I started the speed running to see how long 1 hour is, and I think my personal best was around 58 minutes or so. Lerga to go, thank you for tuning in. I would want to say that we got further than before, but let's be honest, I died in the exact same freaking spot. But hey, can I get through the game with only one time dying? My best is with 2 under the time limit. So this would certainly be a personal best if I could get through the game. But I think we kind of... Oh! Yeah. I would have been more annoyed if I ruined the run here. So this is again a part I have to pay attention. I cannot run there. There's no running on that pipe because I always fall down. And this is a good reminder, and this is why I'm replaying this part, because I don't remember it as well. And these are just silly little mistakes that you can make by trying to save on time. Oh, that was my head. So let's try this time to not be a moron. Apparently it seems like for me this speed run is either true or nothing. Which is okay. Yes, why I run down there, I feel like, is because the camera shifts there a bit and the movement changes. And if I'm just walking, that's okay. But if I'm running, I don't have the time to react to that shift in the direction and I just run off. This is the big chase, the big one, the crazy one with all the enemies. And I think this is as long, pretty much, as 6 can go without getting totally winded. So this is okay, the next one will fall, I need to jump on that, and I have to get a bit in the middle, because I messed that up earlier, so that's important. If you make a mistake, learn from it. And there we go. So this part I was able to get through. That's good news. And now we need to eat the gnome. That is more than fine, because this is where I wanted to get. I don't think there's a point to continue this because I know the boss fight, or at least I hope I know the boss fight. So let's say that this is our new time. I think we have enough to do the entire run in 60 minutes. So let's start this. Let's see. Can we do the impossible? It's not impossible, it's just improbable that I will do it. So let's do a bit of a stretch there. I think the final part after the gnome is maybe like 2 minutes. The lady is around 6. So I think we're good with the time. This is the 10th attempt since I'm trying to do this, which is nice. So let's run, because we got there and we can get there again. Don't lose hope. It's interesting because people would say that this was a failure, and yes it was, but we got to that point again. And that's amazing. So it wasn't just an accident that I got there. No, I can. Yes, not every time, not in a reliable way. I'm not trying to do this a million times. I just want to get through this once. And that's pretty cool. Thank you for the hydrate. I greatly appreciate it. How are you today, Nosy? I hope I pronounce your name correctly. If not, please correct me. Nah, we need this. Come on, come on, come on. We have a long 50 minutes ahead of us. Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you for clarifying. I am known for butchering names. I say I do it because the horror aesthetics. Now let's avoid the leeches. Says me after or right before walking right through one of them. Gorgeous jump. And there we go. Go through, jump. Yes, right into the middle of the gunk. That was perfection. And 1 and 2 and 3. Rhythm kinda got messed up there, boys and girls. Whoever is there amongst the leeches. I wouldn't want to be rude to the gentle leeches. And the ladies, obviously. Okay, let's not fall down here. And there we go, and there we go, and there we go. I really like the idea of this part, how the light illuminates our way there. It's really nice. And we are here under 5 minutes. Great. And we're getting up already. Oh, how many more times I will be here, I don't even know. Also, it's kind of odd that we're breaking into a prison, don't you think? Hello there, Kin. Honestly, I'm not even sure how many times I've been here before, but I'd say that it's not the first. Certainly not today. Now let's go. Jump, jump, jump. Fuck, train, jump. Where the train is depends on when you turn off the electricity. And sometimes that is right in the moment where the train is in my way. But that's okay. We had a tiny bit of a derailment, but the run goes on. Look at that speed! I'm so speedy that I actually ran into that. Okay, that was silly. That was silly. Okay, why did you look back? Why did you look back? That was bullshit. That was rude. That was rude. But actually it gives me an opportunity to fix something here. Because what I did with the guest area can I clean the timer? Oh, I'm back in time for another run. Exactly for another run. The only thing I have to do is, or I wouldn't want to do it like this, but maybe that's all I can do, is I want to delete the time of certain areas, but apparently you can only delete all of them. And why I want to do that, because it seems silly that I had my total time at 49 minutes. Is silly because I didn't. I just exited there because I got caught. Oh yeah, I was going to say earlier, the reason I'm doing so great is I got my first tip on coffee last night. Congratulations there. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Let's celebrate that with another try. Another attempt, and hopefully this will not be a failed one. But we're doing our best. I hope I do got this. Now let's start the timer. A bit late, but it's close enough. Stretch while you still can. Thank you for the lurk, Safely. That sounded quite ominous. It's stretch while you still can. You're only getting older every day, and soon your lower back, it will not let you do a posture check. Yeah, that's old age for everyone. Nah. Let's use our luck and our fox mask to get through this part finally. I meant before you lock in, nerd. Yes, I know. Honestly, that's the difficult part at this point, locking in, because I played through the first half of the game so many darn times that it's difficult to pay attention to it, because I just know, oh yes, I have to run through here, jump here, do this, do that, and it's really easy to make a mistake like that. But the most difficult parts in the run, so far I discovered 3, and I kind of found a way around the first one. They are later on in the game. I think the first one is around at 20 minutes, the second is 35, 40, and the last one is like 45 minutes in. So that's why. Is it possible to practice the later parts on their own? Yes, it is, and I have done that with certain parts. However, the three most difficult areas where I mostly struggle and not just make a silly mistake and say, oh yeah, that was on me. The first one was when the janitor is chasing you into the elevator. And there my trouble was that I was pressing the same buttons, running, holding down everything in a straight line, and sometimes I got caught and sometimes not. Now, as it turns out, the issue was the fact that 6 has a stamina meter. I just didn't know about it, that the game even had a stamina system. And so once I realized that, if I wait a bit before that part, I can avoid getting winded and I can run away more safely. So that's okay. Now that part, once again, is at the end of that chapter. So even if I want to try that part, I have to replay that entire chapter. The second most difficult part is right at the ending of the kitchen, because you have to jump on hooks to get away from the chefs, and the problem is that the hooks move on their own. They have their own kind of timing, and that doesn't always align with mine. So sometimes I was running and I had no hook to jump on and the chefs caught me. So there I don't really know if I can practice much. It's up to how I go or how the game does things. I'm unsure, honestly. The third one that got me twice by now, and the one that is the latest or the farthest one in the game, is a jump in the guest area. And there my trouble is that you have to jump from the top of a pile of plates. I'm pretty sure I'm dead, but I try. Okay, I'm not dead. Good. So there the trouble is that I cannot get any momentum by running because I'm standing on a plate and that's all the platform I have. And as I noticed, if you jump just right, the game will kind of pull 6 in and let her grab the lantern that she wants to get on. If not, then you just fall into the arms of one of the enemy and you're dead. And that's a bit annoying because that is more than 40 minutes into the run. So you can do everything perfectly and get killed by one slightly silly part. And that's what happened to me twice. And so now I just hope that I can get through the chefs and get back there and somehow make it past that part at least and get further into the run. Because every time I fail, I can learn from it. So in certain parts, I remember that, oh yeah, I died here, and I pay extra attention to something like here I have to go more to the left or more to the right, and that's useful. The problem is with some of these parts that I mentioned, I cannot actively do anything against what happens. It's partially up to the game, and that's not really reassuring when I'm spending 4 hours at a time trying to get through an hour-long speedrun. And most of the time it does not take an hour because I die halfway into it. But hopefully we will get through this together and it will be just lovely. So for example, here I died a bunch of times because the way the camera moves, it's really easy to run off of the platform. Don't ask me what that was. That was a lot of buttons pressed that shouldn't have been pressed. Here I died many times with this jump, and I still don't fully know what it takes to not fall down here. Getting on the chain sometimes is weird. Climbing up from certain walls, especially today, has been interesting because I got caught up on the ledge. So weird things happen in this game, certainly. It's not perfect, but the thing is, when you're speedrunning something, every small mistake that the developers might have made just gets amplified, because you are trying to do your best, and for a speedrun to work, you need the game to kind of cooperate. And sometimes that doesn't happen, and that's why it's really difficult to speedrun games that are buggy or have glitches. Because if you can't reliably do something in a speedrun, then you are kind of leaving it up to chance. And that can give you a really good time, but maybe a time that you might not be able to ever achieve again. Now for me here, I'm okay with taking some chances because I need this for the trophy. I don't want to speed run this game professionally, because the funny part is I am trying to get through this game, right? I'm trying to do it under 1 hour without dying. That's nice, right? Now, here's the thing. If you die, you obviously lose time. At least I would assume. Why? Why did it look back? That was so weird. It looked one way and then looked another and then it looked back. I'm not sure what happened there again. So when you speedrun, this game, you obviously don't want to die, because if you die, well, that is lost time. But the speedrun record for this game, without glitches, because a glitch run is a different category, I think without glitches it's around 40 minutes. And I'm trying to do 60. Now obviously it would be really nice if the game allowed you to die once or twice. It would be much easier. But I have no idea how the heck you can do all of this and shave off 20 minutes. So that's the difference between speedrunning this game and getting a trophy. And this trophy is already really difficult. So that's why I say that for me it feels like that I'm trying to really push the boundaries of the game, but that's not true. I'm trying to do my best and get a decent time. And honestly, at this point, I can get through this game, I would say reliably, under an hour without much trouble. If you give me some lives, so to speak. If you give me, let's say, 5, I will do it right now. I think I could, if I'm lucky, if I'm really focusing, I could do it more often than not with 2 lives, let's say that. Because that's my personal best, and I think I can do that. With 1, it's tricky. With 0, it's extra tricky. Because it's not necessarily... It's funny, because I thought in the beginning that the crazy speedrun shortcuts would be dangerous, and they would be the reason I get killed. But no, I don't die because of crazy speedrun techniques, even though I figured out a few to save some time. Nothing unbelievable, but it gets me under 60 minutes. But just the base game, just getting through this game without dying is difficult. Not because you are speedrunning it. That's the funny part. If the trophy was just get through the game without dying, you can take as long as you want, it would still be difficult. Because this game is difficult to get through. Mostly because in chase sequences and certain parts of the game, you have to run anyways. There's no, oh, I'm running because I'm speedrunning. No, I'm running because I'm being chased. And that's the funny part. So for example, with the chefs, I'm not running because this is a speedrun. I'm running because if I don't run, I'm getting caught. So in a way, if you can get through this game without dying, I greatly respect that. If you don't want to speedrun this game because you don't like speedrunning, but you want a challenge, just try to get through the game without dying. You can take as much time as you want. and it will still be difficult. But that's just how the game is made, and I respect the developers for putting the game together this nicely, so it works for a speedrun. The trophy itself is tricky, because I always have my own opinion about what should be a trophy or an achievement and what shouldn't, because I think... Hello there, Ken! I think overly difficult trophies are unnecessary, because you make the trophies and the achievements for the average player, not for the top 1% who is doing crazy things, and they make their own challenges already. I tend to ignore them. That's one way of going about them, and that's completely fair. What I think why trophies, other than the hunt, which I like, why they can be fun. Don't even ask what happened. The lamps are not liking me today, or at least now. But I also make my own challenges sometimes. That's fun. You can obviously do that, and sometimes I come up with some silly challenges for myself, and I feel sad that the developers didn't think of something like that, because it would be a cool little Easter egg that if you do it, maybe you get a line or something like, "You are really crazy for doing that." But with achievements outside of a game, I always feel like the point should be to highlight parts of the game that most players would miss. So for example, the collectibles, I understand, maybe side missions, finding some secret. I always liked the idea of hiding secrets in games. And you can play through the game without caring about them, but if you like to explore, then it's a really nice feeling to actually find something or start finding clues and looking for a secret, or maybe a reference, an Easter egg to something else. So I certainly like that. The thing is, some games are a bit over the top with the difficulty trophies. So for example, playing through a game on the hardest difficulty, I don't think it should be a trophy, because it's not for the average player, especially in certain really difficult games. And also, if it requires you to be the best in a certain group, I don't think it's a good idea. It's mostly for multiplayer games where you have to be, I don't know, the top 1000 player in the world, or win a tournament or something like that. And I'm like, there's one person who will get that trophy, who's winning the tournament. That's about it. Why do you make a trophy for that? Now in this case with Little Nightmares, I can see 1 hour being doable. The no dying is a tricky one. So this trophy is kind of on the edge of, is this a good trophy or a bad trophy kind of deal. But for me, I would say it's nice. It's certainly, the speedrun certainly highlights part of the game that I did not notice before, in the way that they can be used for speedrun. And once you, for example, figure out how to go around the shining eyes and they don't want to screw you over like this time, then it's a really cool feeling that you can just run through without stopping. Trouble is that the no dying part makes it a bit difficult for the average player, in my opinion, because it really takes a lot of trial and error. I mean, I played through this game I think it took 3-4 streams, I honestly don't remember, of playing through the entire game and then replaying certain parts for collectibles and such. And this is my 4th stream only trying to speedrun the darn thing. So... what the heck is going on with the lamps today? So it's going one way and then it looks back because it was looking at the cart like... what? Whatever. Let's get one last try for today. And I'm going to be extra careful with the lamps this time, and I don't care if I lose time. Let's go. One more time. I'm actually really happy that at least I got to the point where I got killed last time. I'm not so thrilled about the fact that I got killed in that exact spot again, but that's what we get. I think if I can get a good run, get through the shafts, because that's one part where I'm still unsure how to really handle that situation, but I think I'm starting to get a feel of it. If I get that and then I manage to do the jump from the plates in the guest area, I think I have a good chance of actually getting this trophy. I am unsure if that will be today, if that will be next week, or it will be in a year. But I will keep trying. I will not give up, because I want to get every trophy in this game. I'm really happy that I got everything available for the game so far, and I want to play through the DLCs as well. Good luck, thank you so much. I might need that, but I really want to kind of 100% this game. I managed to get all the trophies in Little Nightmares 2. The only thing I'm missing is the DLC, but the DLC is extremely short. I actually read some forum posts because I was looking for which editions included the DLC, and some people admitted that they, even though they had the DLC, they completely forgot about it being a thing because it's so short that they didn't even really consider it. Like, there was like a room, I think. Let me see. Is the trophy also dependent on how fast you beat it, or is it just a perfect run? It is certainly a perfect run in the way that you don't die, and I think you have to do it under 1 hour. Now, doing it under 1 hour, as I learned, is actually the easier part. In the beginning, it might sound intimidating, and you do have to play the game slightly differently. There are certain little ways to save time, and it's actually fun to figure out those. So that was something that I liked, and there are plenty of possible time saves, I think, in the game that I have no clue about. But the more difficult part is definitely not dying. No, originally I started this game, and what I did, I played through the game in one sitting just to see how it is after my initial playthroughs. So just for the speedrun I played through it, and then I started to time it in a way. I tried to find shortcuts, I tried to find little ways to save on the time, and when I was near 1 hour, that's when I really started to actually pay attention to part times and the not dying part. No, because I didn't want to play only the beginning of the game. I always played through the entirety, even if I died. But when I realized that I can do the 60 minutes, I stopped doing that, because even if I get through the entire game with only one dying, that's still not the trophy. And actually, now I start to realize that my order for the training was, let's get the time and then let's get the no dying part. Maybe it's better the other way around in a way, because if you can get through the game without dying, then you're already really good. However, I know how frustratingly difficult that is. So in a way, maybe it's a better idea to do it the way I did, because if you get through the game without dying, and because you are not using any shortcuts, you get a 1 hour 6 minute or something. I wouldn't be surprised if you got furious. So for example, one really simple trick is here. Normally you go under the bed, hide, wait for the janitor to get in, look around and then leave. What you can do is what I did. Just run through, the janitor won't even care about you because you're too quick, and get around. So this is a time save for like 10-20 seconds. And it's really simple, but if you don't know that you should be saving time, then you won't be doing this. And that's why I started with the time, because I wanted to have a baseline for what I really have to achieve. I'd probably do it the same way you did. I'm happy to hear that. But really, I think anyway is good. You can practice the chapters in parts. If you want, you can practice in one run like I do. Again, it depends on how reliably you want to be able to do these things. Because for me, I don't want to do this a million times. I want the trophy and then I can retire from speedrunning this game. So for me, I'm okay if I get a decent time, and even if let's say I got lucky in a part and I got through there, and maybe I would need another 10 speedruns to get through that part again, so I didn't learn it as reliably. That's okay with me, because I'm not trying to do this every day. For those who actually want to speedrun the game and do personal bests and try world records and all that, you obviously don't want to do it like this. In that case, if you're unsure about something, then do it again. Do it until you are sure about what you're doing. And that's the tricky part, that if you only want to do something once or twice, it's okay to say, I leave it up to chance to a certain degree. If you want to do something reliably, then even if it's easier to say, oh, sometimes it will work, shouldn't that be lit up that high? Okay, I guess that got a bit delayed. That's a new one. That never happened before. So even in football, I think if, let's say you can do a really nice trick with the ball, it's a cool thing to show off if you are just a hobby player and you're like, hey, yeah, every 5th or 10th time I nail this move. That's okay. If you want to be a professional, the moment you're like, yeah, I can do this like every 3rd time or so, needs a bit of chance. Even though it would be much easier to say, yeah, that's good enough. What you have to do is call yourself out on that and be like, no, we're not leaving it up to chance. We are doing that again until we know what the heck we are doing. So that's the difference between being a professional at something and being a hobbyist. And that's the same that I'm doing here. If you want to do speedruns on games done quick or things like that, you obviously have to know what you're doing, and things still won't always go your way because that's how it is. But you should at least know what you're doing when the game decides to cooperate. And actually, funny enough... Oh! No, we are not doing that. And funny enough here, with the lights and everything, I'm still not 100% sure how it works. I'm good enough to get through it most times. But it's also true that it depends on how you run the game, which is funny. So one trick and one kind of trap hole that you can fall into is when you're running the game, and I will respond to the chat in a moment. When you're running the game, it has a certain flow. So when you arrive somewhere, the character, the enemy is in one specific point, they are going to do one specific thing, everything is scripted, right? If you die and then you want to practice from there, that will not work. Because when you die, things get placed in a slightly different way. Maybe it's the exact same thing, but the timing will be off because you will be in a different spot compared to a normal run. So that's why I don't retry parts often when I die, because I know, for example, with the light will be with these eye parts in a different spot if I died. So I have to learn as I go. And that's tricky. It reminds me of that saying, I think the director, the developer team's director of the old PlayStation game Twisted Metal. It's a really old game, and they used some really interesting engine for it. It wasn't really a game engine per se. It was, I think, used for plane simulations, maybe for teaching how to pilot aircrafts and things like that. and they started to turn that into a 3D engine for cars. And the director said why it was so different to work like that, because making an engine while you are developing a game is like building a plane while you are flying it. And this is a bit like that, you have to learn on the fly. Now obviously here you can fail as many times as you want, but you can just restart from checkpoints. Oh, in response to the daily question, pacifist run of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, which considering most of the game is long tunnels where you can be easily cornered by wild Pokemon, it requires so many resets. Yes. I feel like speedrunning in itself is a challenge where you are most likely to redo the same thing a lot of times, and there's a slight chance you actually succeed. But when you go into it, you kind of know that already. Especially if it's not the first game you're speedrunning. In a way, I would say that Little Nightmares is, I wouldn't say generous, but kind of a good game to speedrun because it's short, it's mostly reliable, There are a few mistakes here and there, but I think every game almost has some bug, especially when it comes to 3D. Maybe a turn-based 2D game would be more reliable, but even something as simple as maybe the old Pokemon games, even that is a tricky thing to work with. I just noticed I think I forgot the timer there. So the tricky part is with even games like the old Pokemon games, there's a randomized chance for things like if you're in a fight, will you hit a critical on an enemy, or will it miss, will it dodge the attack, or will it not? So that's always a tricky thing, and you cannot necessarily always know what's gonna happen. Oh, I just realized the perfect game to try speedrunning sometime. Ever heard of Tower of Heaven? No, I have not. What kind of game is that? Oh, I don't know how many people ever figured out Pokemon speedruns. How? No idea. I think the bigger or more dedicated the fan base is, the more insane speedruns get. The only thing is, one thing that I dislike about modern speedrunning, and this is mostly due to the fact that games got more and more complex, so bugs and glitches are kind of unavoidable, is that many runs and many world records are glitched. And for example, I remember when Doom 2016 released, I looked at the game and I was thinking, maybe I should speedrun this. I should try, it's a Doom game, it's fun. And then I saw that within, I think, days, people figured out that if you look at a certain stone in the beginning of the game and you do some quick button combination and your FPS is more than 240, which is one of those things that now speedrunning requires you to have a certain gaming rig, which requires you to have the money for said certain gaming rig. Let's wait here. As you can see, 6 was tired. So there I just kind of feel like it's not so fun for me, because I want to play by the rules of the game. I want to see what's possible within the realm of the game and not outside of it. So I like those glitchless old school runs where it's like someone figures out, hey, you can get a box here and then you can jump up here and then you can miss so and so, or you can avoid a fight or something. And that is really fascinating to me, to see what people come up with. That kind of discovering and experimenting is what I like the most in speedruns. I don't necessarily like doing the speedruns as much, interestingly. Let me read that in a moment, but first I need to get through here and not miss this jump. It's a 2D platformer where you're climbing a tower and God hates you so much that they make up new rules. Wonderful. You have to abide by as you go. That's interesting. That's an interesting game. I should look into that. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, I hear you, yeah. But again, there's a beauty to all kinds of speedrunning. If you're doing the glitch runs, they require immense precision, and I respect that. It's just not my kind of way of dealing with things. And again, the game screws me over. Okay. We're not talking about this. I even looked at how 6 is posing her head, but still I couldn't figure this out. But hey, we lost a few seconds there, but we're alive. Thought you were done for. I thought that I was done for as well. Oh hey, you survived. Yes, I survived by some miracle. I don't know, sometimes the janitor can hear you. Maybe that's my sloppiness, that I step off of the rug. What's surprising to me, that every time I have this issue, 6 misses the shoe throwing part. Maybe that is because I'm positioned closer to the door, because I don't want to get grabbed by the janitor. I'm not sure. But it's one of those parts where I'm like, hey, we're learning as we go. That was close. I'm being way too bold for my own good. Don't worry, I'm not here. What did I say? I said I'm not here. I know you can hear alright. So here, one of the nice things, the janitor was right next to the door, right? So if I start this up, he will barge in right away. But no, he will not. He will actually wait and give me the same time window as if he was on the other end of the entire room. And then I have to wait a moment, and then I can just calmly get the heck out of here. Wrong way. Nah, let's go. I don't know how many times I tried this, but why it's fun to me in a way, because every so often something happens like this survival with the janitor, or last time the quite crazy part where the janitor noticed me here, but I still survived somehow. That's interesting. That shows you some part of the game that most players would never even try. And that's why it's also fun to talk to others who play the same game as you, and that's why I like to watch live streams of these games. But first of all, they don't spoil my experience because I already know the game, but also the fact that I remember having conversations where, let's say, I asked someone how they dealt with a certain thing in a game, and they said, oh, this and this and this happened, and then, let's say, the enemy just walked off. And I was like, wait, what? The enemy just walked off? And I asked that because I got killed by that boss 4 times in a row, and then the other player just says, oh wait, isn't that how it's supposed to be? And I'm like, no, that's not how it is supposed to be. But it's interesting to learn that it's possible. Maybe it's a bug, maybe it's not, but it is possible. Okay, we got a really good head start there. Now I have to concentrate. Concentrate. That's what we have to do. Concentrate. Come on. Why was that so quick? But okay. Okay, let's try this again. It's again one of those things that I'm looking at this and it's nerve-wracking as it is, but I played it enough that I know that I can get away with certain parts. And I'm kind of arguing with myself about being greedy with the time and trying something insane, or just going the safe way and saying, you know what? It's more important that I survive, even if I lose a bit of time, because I have enough time to lose that. It's okay if I finish this with 27 minutes and not 26:50. And I think this is actually decent enough. My original times, now let's not look at the prism because I forgot to press the button there. But my initial times were, I do believe, 13 minutes and 30. And then that became 12 and 26 or so. So I'm still doing decently, even though I almost got caught by certain things and not everything goes as planned. But hey, if I can get through this, then we're good. And even if we can't, I can get through the first half of the game pretty reliably. And that's cool. That's a good thing. And that's something that I would like people to also remember whenever they are doing something, that maybe you can do everything that you want right now, but look at all the parts that you are already good at and try to build on that, because that's how you learn and that's how you get better. Eating a rat is not part of getting better, that is just rude. Come on. third eating. I think there are 5. And if I get to the 5th eating, I will be over the moon. If I get to the 4th, I will be really happy. You're doing great, thank you. The farthest I got, I do believe, is 43 minutes in the run. And my times and speed are pretty consistent, so that's why I say the time, because then I know if I got further or not. I got to the exact same spot twice, and I died in the exact same spot twice in the guest room. And that's what I want to try again and hopefully get through. Now let's see. This spot is not so terrible. We can just get through here. Run. Slide. Hit those out of the way. I do that on purpose. Fish head. Under the table. That's not really sanitary, you know. And go up. 30 minutes into the run and we're good. Now let's get to 40. Now here you could have seen that I was a bit greedy. Started running there. But because there are 2 planks there, it's a bit more okay than here. Here I'm not running. In these parts I am not even trying to run. Because it's not worth it. It is just not worth it. Look at the giant fish. Double toilet. How romantic is that? Now, I know they are twins, but imagine if you have double toilets with your partner. Isn't that romantic? Okay. Nah. Come on. This was one of those parts where I struggled for a bit, because how the key falls down is kind of random. It's up to physics. It's a bit like how the shoes fall, where the janitor descends and we need the shoe to open the door. This is kind of the same thing. There's some random physics in the game. Okay, now we wait on them to go, and they will go backwards, and that's great for us because we are going right here and we don't have to worry about this chef until we meet with them again when they are doing the dishes. But that's later on, that's like 5 minutes later. So for now, we're good with one chef, but unfortunately, we woke up the others, so we have to deal with that. But for now, we are back to our cooking show, making more sausages. It's really important to get the best ingredients. In the mall we have kind of odd measurements, so you need 3 children worth of ham. It's around let's say it's like 5 kilos a piece, maybe 10, who knows. Even though now that I think about it, these hams are pretty big, and we turn these 3 into 3 sausages. So this is the world's best sausage in the way that it's 100% meat. There are no additives, no flavors, no colors, no nothing. Look at that. It's just straight into the sausage. Now, let's go. Also, as much as the Mo is an unsanitary place, it's nice that they have these kitchen pots all tiled up, so you can wash up the blood from the walls. Now, obviously, they are not doing that, but they could. You know, the option is there, which is nice. So whoever built this place, they paid attention. Except the management or the workers now don't really care about that. Now here comes the tricky part. But we're good. I always get caught up on something there. And I always have a small heart attack. But we're good. In the safety here. I've been doing this for 4 hours. Again. Visalia, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? I'm unfortunately, or not so unfortunately, in the middle of a speedrun, so I might be a bit slow on the chat, but welcome in all you wonderful raiders. I hope you are doing great. I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror. Right now, by speedrunning Little Nightmares 3, and let me tell you, this is quite the challenge. It's for a trophy. Moth attack, welcome in all of you wonderful raiders. Thank you for the follow, Wealth at. Now let me push this and get the heck out of here. And the daily check-in, thank you so much. Now get the key and get the heck out of here. And the boop, obviously a boop. In the middle of a speedrun. That's not gonna get my attention at all. No. Right. Visalia, your viewers are so nice to me. Thank you. But what were you doing? I see just chatting. And I saw you post about some summer fest. But how was the stream? Uh-oh. Ha! That was close. That was close. Now stop with the booping, it gets my nose all itchy. And I don't have a hand to scratch it. I have all of my hands on my controller and it's all sweaty, so it's slipping around in my hands, and that's no good. Now here comes the part where everything is up to chaos. And one mistake can mean that I have to restart again, which is not good. So we have to run, get up here, and I have to make sure to pull this all the way. I think maybe that was the mistake that I made before. So the ad break is finished now. So if you happen to get caught in the ad, I'm sorry. But let me welcome all of you wonderful raiders again. I hope you had a wonderful time with Visalia's raid. Sorry, raid and run, don't worry about it. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for the nice words and for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. And now here comes the part, the dreaded part of the speedrun, where everything stands or falls the fuck apart. And we are in a bad case already. Oh no, oh no. Oh goodness, what happened there? I don't know. That was not at all fucking planned. Grab it! I don't know what happened, but we are not going to question it. Okay? Fate intervened. Maybe that is what happened. I was slower than usual, unfortunately, and I got caught up on that thing, but somehow, some way, it worked. Under 40 minutes, we are in the guest area, and the guest area has one, well, many, but one part that is really tricky. One jump where I died twice so far, and I still don't know how to reliably do it, but I really hope that fate will be on my side and I will get through this speed run with the help of all my wonderful viewers and all the raiders. Let's hope that we can do it. Now we have a moment to take a breather while 6 is scaling the mole. Oh, what? Well, apparently no. Apparently no. Not today. Fate said, not today. Well, what should we do now? What should we do? Is the question. And as much as I would want to try this again, I don't think that it would help much. We tried. We got as close as last time, and that's really nice. But unfortunately, we could not get through this part. Now, one thing that I will try to do is I will replay this one part. Got closer to that miracle run, certainly I did. And I will try, or rather retry, why can't I go to the next one? Apparently I will not retry the guest area because it's missing from my chapter select. What is happening? Your breakthrough will happen at some point, just not tonight. Yes. Yes, that's really nicely said. Oh, I guess what happened is every time I restart, it resets everything. And that also includes the chapter select. So because I didn't finish the chapter, I cannot choose it again. Well, that's a shame. But hey. Going to lurk and raid if you do a raid. So have a good night, Dreadist. Thank you very much for joining today. Indeed, I am going to raid someone because this was intense and we learned a lot. We actually figured out how to reliably get away from the janitor, which is lovely. And we also got, I think, a bit closer to that perfect run in a way. I still have to reliably get through the kitchen area and especially the ending with the chase. But I think I'm getting better. Every time I play, something crazy happens. And so I feel like I'm learning some valuable lessons. Maybe not all will be useful later on, but certainly it's fun to see some crazy things happen. So let me see, who can I maybe raid here? I'm not sure. Now, regarding my schedule, I did not mention this, but this week I'm only going to be streaming on 2 weekdays. Today was one, and the other one will be on Friday with more Amnesia Machine for Pigs. So don't forget to tune in if you are interested in that game. I'm playing through the entire Amnesia series. I started with The Dark Descent, then I played Justin, and now I am tackling for the first time a machine for pigs. So that is all new to me. I'm really happy that we had a fun stream today. I had some great chats with my wonderful viewers, and also no technical difficulties, which is lovely, especially because last week I had 2 streams with some difficulties, especially Friday's stream was kind of a train wreck, but I'm really happy that I can say that the issue hopefully been resolved, and I will be able to stream again more, hopefully from next week. But this week you will see me again on Friday, and until that we are going to raid Timbatir, a fellow VTuber who's been here before cheering me on, and she's playing a short hike. I don't know this game, but it looks positively charming with a little bird. So please say hello to Timbatir. Have a wonderful day. Don't forget to hydrate, stretch, do all those wonderful things, especially after such a long stream, or if you have arrived from the raid after 2 long streams. So thank you so much for joining me today. I will be back on Friday. Until that, have a great day, and as always, good night.